Hello. Happy Friday. We are back in Alchemy Factory. On Tuesday, no, not Tuesday, Wednesday, we got new potion done, the transformation potions, which finished up tier 5. I could probably just grab the last few. Yeah, I should grab a couple of these remaining techs in tier 5. I'm sure I can afford them. Although, are we still catching up on our belt of money? We're still kind of catching up on the belt of money. So maybe not quite yet. Ooh, some of these are running out of fertilizer. That's bad. I might have to get more fertilizer hooked up. Apparently this system is yoinking it all. Although it does look like it is backing up on the advanced fertilizer, so maybe that'll be okay. But yeah, I might need to look into that, into getting more fertilizer running. Or maybe I just need to pull more of it from this side instead of from all of it from just this one build here. Not sure yet. I will need to think about that. The other option is, I guess, to direct it all to the advanced fertilizer build and use advanced fertilizer in more places. That is also a possibility. But I might need to do a bigger advanced fertilizer build for that. This all seems like it's doing okay. These aren't running at full speed anyway. So maybe I shouldn't be sideloading here. Maybe this needs to be a priority merger. I hadn't really thought about that. But yeah, this actually almost certainly does need to be a priority merger. Just because of... Yeah. Yep. Okay, let's readjust that then. See if we can get a priority merger in here. Which needs to be this one first. Oh, this is gonna stink. Like that. All right. So that's good there. The problem is that now we're going to have... Yeah, these also need to be priority mergers. Although I think this one actually is supposed to be split 50-50 between these two paths, so maybe it doesn't need to be a priority merger. Maybe it's fine. But yeah, here, where we've got this side loading into there, we need to do pretty much the same thing here with the priority input. So let's see if we can get that figured out. Do it like here, and we'll just stack up some blocks to route some belts better. To like here. To here. and to here. I think that'll do what I want it to do now. And then the portions of these two belts, the sort of second from the outside ones, that don't end up merged in with the outside belts will eventually back up and get merged with this belt that splits in the center. We can see that happening here. Cool. It seems to be working better now. Importantly, I see this belt is moving and not backing up. So... and I think all of these other ones that are backed up on the mushrooms themselves, not on the wood. So that is working fine. Yeah, we're definitely running out of fertilizer here. Okay. What does this consume fertilizer-wise? 15 a minute? Okay. So that's 45 a minute, which I think is actually what this machine makes. Wherever the fertilizer output is, down here. $15, yeah, it makes 60, but it uses a little bit on its own. So the output is, I believe, 45 a minute. Little over. Ooh, we might have lost money yesterday. That's not good. Where's this coming from? All right, so each of these is 45. So 2 of these coming in and going up should be like 90 a second. 90 a second should be more than enough for... Ah, here we go. We've also got some going this way. Into this build here, which is making... What is this? Oh, this is the second build for... Yes. For turquoise. Okay. And this should start backing up soon as the turquoise buffers. And then up here, I've cut off the fertilizer going this way, but this fertilizer really only goes to our Jupiter build. Yeah. So I want to see if this build catches up on fertilizer, because if so, I might just be able to route the advanced fertilizer out over to the Jupiter build instead of regular fertilizer. Or as things start to catch up and buffer. Woo, that was fun. Got a little bounce there. I'm never gonna achieve that again because I'm not sure what I landed on. But as we catch up more with fertilizer here, we'll either be able to think about redirecting the advanced fertilizer over to the Jupiter or the or turn this belt back on. One or the other. I probably should think about converting more things over to advanced fertilizer, but it's kind of pricey right now still with the mushroom input. We have plenty of mushrooms though. I way overdid this build, so at least we got that going for us. All right, so now I kind of just need to start thinking about what I want today's projects to be. This floor of the build is pretty much full, so I guess it's time to go up another level, unless I think I want to try to save up money and start buying. I think these are the next cheapest ones, 150, I think, for each of these. Yeah, 450 silver, which is definitely like in the realm of things that I can probably afford once. We're spending a lot of money buffering resources right now on the new builds, but as stuff kind of buffers, it'll stabilize and we'll start making money again. I also, potentially can take a loan if I need to. Yeast powder. Ooh, I don't know if I'm putting yeast powder into a... Wait, is that a thing that people want to be able to buy? Like, in general? No, it's a material, right? Yeah, okay. Interesting. That can show up in a random quest. It's worth a lot of money, though. Let me see if I can, maybe I can just redirect some yeast powder to a chest. Yeah, let's just drop like a... Why am I struggling? There we go. All right. That'll just run for a little while. Because we need, what? How much for the quest? I didn't pin it. $45 yeast powder. Yeah, that won't take long. In the meantime, what else can we do? Yeah, this fertilizer build is... all doing fine and is actually backed up. So if I can route some of this one to some other places instead of pulling from this one that's having issues, I think we'll do better. So maybe we can do that from here. Priority splitter. Yeah, we do have a little bit of extra that can go this way. Okay. So that'll let the Jupiter limp along with at least a little bit of fertilizer for now. Not as much as it needs, I'm sure, but... yeah, this is going to start backing up soon. And then this path here... let's just do the same thing. We'll do a priority splitter. There we go. All right, let's turn in this quest, because that's just a bunch of money. Yay. Complete 30 random quests. All right, cool. Let's start researching some of these last things from tier 5, just so I have them all done. And then we can start thinking about what we want to do as far as starting tier 6 things. I don't think there's a lot I can do right now as far as cleanups and optimizations. Other than, you know, obviously this whole build is still buffering. We can let it do that. Our steel build over here, I think, is all set as well. All looking good. Yes. What I didn't do that I need to do is get a chest somewhere for the steel gears. Let's see what we can do with that. If we come up here, bring this here. Yeah, no problem. I love it when things are easy. There we go. Steel gears buffering now, so we can grab those when we need them for whatever we might need them for. And then, yeah, fertilizer here. It might be worth pulling advanced fertilizer here. I'm really not sure yet. Just because it lasts so much longer. Sphere liquid flask. I'm still not sure why I would want those, other than that it looks cool in a decorative setup. Because, like, I'm never going to be needing to like, the reason I have buffer chests everywhere is for being able to grab things that I want to use as building materials, or whoops, I didn't actually hook that up. You know, we buffer the final products so that we can grab those when we need them. And we buffer the things that we want to potentially use as building materials, so I can just grab a stack of them. But neither of those reasons applies to any fluids. So I'm not sure why. I mean, I guess it can smooth out inconsistencies in production, right? If we've got a probabilistic recipe or something like that. Anyway, let's start figuring out tier 6 or tier 7. Tier 6. Salt, which gives us Saturn, which is a new relic. Okay. How hard is salt? Salt is surprisingly complex. Cool. But bricks aren't bad, they're just bulky. Same with glass. So, like, I think getting Saturn done wouldn't be too bad. Getting half a glass a second, half a brick a second. Salt is going to be the interesting one. We've got the blast furnace. An advanced heating device with a larger... I mean, let's just grab... More efficient grinder working at twice the speed of a regular one. Ooh, okay. So yeah, I think I want to start grabbing the, like, infrastructure upgrades first. Where it makes sense to. Jeez, both of these want 2 Jupiters. It's a lot of money, but 2 Jupiters. Everything else for this, though, is relatively easy. So... if I can get 2 Jupiters, we'll do it. No, don't buy that! Maybe I need to stop selling Jupiters at the store and just keep them around for quests. Maybe that's the right choice. For now, what I'm gonna do... oh, I need wood. I'm gonna just drop a chest right here. This effectively cuts our Jupiter production rate in half, but means that I will have some available when I need them for big quests. Because, like, 235 silver is a lot of freaking silver. And I would like it. But 2 Jupiters is pricey. Alright, this does look like it is slowly catching up on fertilizer again. Yeah, we do also have the fertilizer here. I mean, I can pull advanced fertilizer over and see if it... let me actually get enough wood that I can do stuff. Let's see if this breaks everything. Bop. 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 Like that, maybe. And then... there we go. And this also means that we don't need anywhere near this many nurseries. Like, I think we need only like 4 of them here, now that I think about it. If we're going to run them off of the advanced. So yeah, let's maybe take the opportunity. This game definitely has some of the hitboxes of all time. There we go. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. There we go. And this should start backing up. Like, I know initially, while all of this fertilizer is rushing this way, there's going to be a slowdown on the other side, but I want to see if this can stabilize when we only are demanding a little bit of fertilizer here. Because, yeah, these don't have to run continuously either. Excellent. This is, I think, working. I don't know. I still need to see once these machines buffer enough fertilizer that they stop sucking it all down. Because this is, I mean, obviously we can see this doesn't quite make enough in its current form. Ugh. I could definitely expand this, though, if we wanted to make more advanced fertilizer, because I think I have the mushrooms for it. But yeah, this is already getting really filled up and is going to start backing up soon. Cool. I mean, these still take 10 minutes each, but I can do this one. 90 soap, 20, whatever those are, turquoise. Oh, both soap and turquoise, I think, are a floor down from here. Soap and turquoise. Just the more of these random quests I can do, the more money I make, right? All right, let's start grabbing some of these infrastructure-y techs. So we'll get the blast furnace, we'll get the refiner, we'll get the enhanced grinder. Copper powder is apparently sort of our main thing into the next type of good. Yeah, figure out copper processing, I think, is going to be the next thing. Techs are not cheap at this point, though. 12 silver each. Yeah, I just used, like, all of the money that I got from those quests for my, for the 2 techs that I just did. And I still need, I think, 2 more techs before we can really work on a product, which is the copper bearings. So we're going to need the copper powder and then the copper bearing recipes. So that's another 24 silver. Yeah. Cool. Where's money? So, oh boy, look at all this stuff. What do we got here? Crude shards, crafted from fully refined sand. Broken shards, dull shards. Okay. So all of these are just made by pushing from sand up to... which apparently I don't have the recipe for. All right, copper powder or impure copper powder. 6 iron sand, 6 soap powder, 50% chance of... Geez, copper's expensive. Okay. Iron sand is just made by grinding up a thing, right? Yeah. Malachite is also very expensive. Cauldron is... a whole thing. Copper coins. That's funny. Now that we can make copper, we can start I'm curious how this ratios out price-wise. Like, 400 copper coins to 1 ingot, or 1 copper powder, which is effectively 12 iron plus soap. Each iron is 1/100th of an iron ore, so it's 12% of the cost of an iron ore. An iron ore costs 1,200. So that's 144 coins just in the iron. That's not taking into account the soap. 12 soap is what? 12 plant ash and 2,400 linseed oil. Yeah, and both of those are really down to the cost of the fertilizer, which has a certain amount of limestone input into it, and that's really it. It's just the limestone, which is relatively cheap. So I'm going to say that turning copper into copper ingots is not the cost-efficient way to do it. Which shouldn't be a surprise, to be clear. All right, let me grab a bunch of glass, some more yeast powder, some more pulleys, some more transformation potions. Why is this not running? Oh. Oh, I see what I did. I had a chest in here outputting logs. I must have had some extra logs in my inventory. Now I've forgotten what I needed. Because I didn't pin the stupid quest. But I think it also needed glass, which was 1 floor up. Sorry, glass is over here. All right, and then... Here, let me pin it so that I can actually remember what we need. A second Jupiter, some more yeast powder, which we're just waiting to buffer, and a few more pulleys. All right. We do not have a second Jupiter yet. It's what, like halfway done? Yeah. All right, so I guess I need to figure out copper, or we need to do salt and work on Saturn instead. Like, those are my two options. I don't really have any other options here. Maybe Saturn is the better thing to go for, rather than trying to push into copper right away. Does mean that I need a bunch of money to do research, but... I will get that money to do research relatively soon. Yeah, if we're just waiting for one more Jupiter here, which is really just a few seconds. Well, for a third of a Jupiter, I guess 3 minutes. I don't know if I necessarily want to sit here for 3 minutes, but... So, yeah, while we're waiting, let's grab some building materials and let's work on, like, going up another story. May as well. How'd we do today on expenses versus earnings? Hey, we did good. We made 15 silver. Pretty much all from the quest rewards, but still. I will take it. And kill that one. All right, our standard hole through the ground here. All looks fine. And then roof tiles go here. Okay. Whoops. Oh, the Jupiter's done. Also, is this... Oh. I'm an idiot. I had that box facing the wrong way. That's why nothing was going into it. Anyway, I think I've got everything for this quest now. I do. What do we got here? I can do this one too, I think. Some rope, some iron nails, some steel gears. Yeah, this is all easy. Linen rope should be around here somewhere. And turquoise is over here. It is fantastic, by the way, that I now have enough, like, infrastructure that I can grab most of these random side quests and just be able to turn them in. Because they are worth quite a bit of money. All right, now we have the money, so I can grab salt, and then we'll grab the Saturn relic. And I am sitting on some upgrade points again, too, which I need to kind of decide what to do with. This is going pretty well. And then, as always, we're going to have to try to find where we need to extend up. Of course, I built over them. We need to get support in the middle of the... in the middle of the floor area. Because these aren't supported in the middle. And I always kind of forget about that. And maybe I need to plan ahead a little better. I mean, I definitely need to plan ahead a little better. But... yeah, like, why isn't this considered supported? Oh, because this doesn't go all the way down. The roof line doesn't provide support, which I think is stupid. So I need something like... what? If I do something like that, is that supported now? Yes. There. All right, and these ones aren't supported. My concern is that, yeah, this isn't considered supported here either. So I might have to figure out how to get some support, like, all the way up. And that might mean, like, going right here, which just means moving some of this. Because that can go there, and then I can go right above it. And then I can go right above... Ooh. I was going to say I can go right above that. Right above that is, like, here, though. Shoot. Oh, that was green. That counted as fully supported there. No, see, we're still... It's like right here that I want to be. All right, so that's 2 in right on this side of the staircase. So it's like there. Except... Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, right there. Cool. And that should give me a little more support up here. Oh, I'm out of logs. I need to remember to, like, plan ahead and propagate where my support goes so that, like, my pillars are available. Because I also need something like right here, and I think wherever I had previously put things... Ooh, that's green there. Okay, let me see if that'll work all the way up for me. Yes, although it doesn't give me very much extra radius at that spot, I don't think. I think it makes, like, that one yellow, that one yellow. Yeah, we're still a few short over in this corner. And it's going to be really hard to propagate support up here. Like, I can put stuff here. But I don't know if I actually have a spot down below there that I can do anything with. Ooh, what about this wall? That's 1, 2, 3 out. 1, 2, 3, 4 over from the staircase. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Of course. It's right here. Oh, I did. Do those count as... I didn't even know pillars were a thing, which I think is part of the problem. Cool. So yeah, this will help, because I can squeeze these in places where I can't squeeze half walls very easily. Well, almost. I might still have to shuffle some things around here. How's that? Ta-da! There we go, that works. And that just leaves like here, which is going to be a real pain to cover up. This is just directly over a giant machine, and I don't know that I have any way of easily getting support to this spot. So that might just be a hole in the floor for now. All right, well, it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run its ad. As always, I just do the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'll see everybody when we're back from the ad. We've got Salt and Saturn unlocked, so I think I'm going to work on Saturn when we're back from the break. I'll see everybody shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. So, as far as getting started with the Saturn goes, we need what, half a glass per second, so that's 3 kilns worth of glass. 3 kilns worth of bricks. I mean, geez, we're already doing that many bricks, aren't we? Yeah. So, like, the existing brick build again. Easy. I think our glass build is a little bit smaller. Yeah, so we'd need to, like, triple the glass build. Which, again, still not that bad. And if I'm doing them, like, together, then it might be worth trying to unify the, like, limestone input and stuff, but just thinking out loud. And then the last thing is going to be salt. And that's going to be 9 Athenors. Whoop. Wow, we spent a lot of money yesterday. We're still spending lots of money on rotten logs, which is... I mean, I guess every rotten log is just expensive. Oh yeah, and this still hasn't fully buffered. Lol. Yeah, rotten logs were probably the point where it was worth it to invest early in more portal sigils and just run all these separately. Which I guess I could do. Like... Here, let's go up to, like, there. And of course, there's more rotten logs here. But let me grab some money, because I don't think I have any in my inventory. I think I got rid of it all. Oh no, never mind. I have 32 silver coins. Cool. We're going to go spend all of this on a bunch of portal sigils. Did I forget this shortcut key? Or does it just not work right with purchasing portals? Yeah, copy, comma, paste, period. Comma, period. Oh, cool. It doesn't work with... Lovely. There we go. That should mean fewer rotten logs that have to be buffered in this system everywhere. And also, why are we backed up on wood? We're backed up on wood because if we're not actually making potions, we're not consuming the coke dust. Okay, we can fix that. for now, I don't have another use for this coke dust. And, like, I hate to be wasteful, but I think it's what needs to happen is it just goes right into a trash barrel. And then we'll figure out what to do with it another time. Now the question is, where do I squeeze in a trash barrel? There we go. No. You there. There we go. Here. All right, it's kind of a waste, but at least it keeps everything unblocked. What I should do is, like, route this out and feed it in as the priority input to, like, this belt of coke dust. But for now, again, it keeps this system moving, so that's fine. And then as this runs out, I'm just going to have to drop in more purchasing portals all the way along here. Do I think I can do any of these other quests? Well, this one wants a Saturn, so no. This one, yes, if we have the Jupiters at this point. I don't think we do yet, but close to it. Yeah, we have just one Jupiter in there. Yeah, this is still, it looks like still buffering fertilizer. So that's fine. System's all running good. Is this running continuously now? Yes. All right, besides that bulk order, yeah, the random quest wants a Saturn. All right, so there's nothing else to do. All right, let's see if we can figure out what it's going to take to get half a salt a second, because that is going to be, I think, our limiting factor here more than anything else about the Saturn. It's salt. So, for here, let's get heat. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. There's so much room for activities. Okay. Athenor. Making salt. Yeah, 3.3 a minute. And if we want to have... Yeah, we want up to half of them per minute. So 30 a minute. Which is... I can math. 9. So yeah, 9 Athenors. That's what I thought initially. Okay, good, good, good. I'm glad I'm not wrong. What do I need for more Athenors here? Nails. All right, 9 of those guys. Presumably we would want to try to be smarter about how we're using the heat from these things. Not just have them all stacked up in a row on only half of a blast furnace, because the blast furnaces are only more efficient if I let them be. Because, yeah, each blast furnace uses, what, 4 heat a second compared to 1 heat a second from one of these. So... yeah, and they're 7 by 6, and these are 3 by 3. So these can be more efficient, but again, only if we get enough stuff on top of them. Otherwise, these are more efficient. In this setup, just like this would actually, I think, be more fuel efficient. And then shelves, which has become like my new favorite thing. I'm out of wood, but this would work. Each of these needs, ouch, so that's 180 charcoal powder a minute and 360 quicklime per minute. Yeah, and this is where, like, having our more advanced grinders and stuff is going to be nice. Because we need a lot of quicklime. So yeah, in a grinder, this makes what? 1/9 per second, and we need 2/3 times 9, 18/3, so we need 6 per second. So that would be 6 times 9 in a normal grinder. 54 or only 27 advanced grinders. Woohoo. They are very large though. Works at twice the speed of a regular one, but is more than 2 times as big. Wait a second. That doesn't seem right. Here's a question. If I want the stackable crucible, what do I need? I need bronze rivets. It could be convenient to stack stone furnaces on top of the advanced. Yeah. That would make sense, because they're the right width to stack more stuff on top of. Because from a pure density perspective, you're not doing any better. But I guess you also need less belt space and less... that potentially means fewer lab stands and things like that. All right, 2 Jupiters. Transformation potion. Vitality potions and soap. This is the last bulk order we have currently available, so that's exciting. There we go. Now we can do some more research. Bronze rivets. And I want to get the stackable crucible unlocked. Once we get the rivets. I'm not sure what else we might need as far as new tech. I'm also not 100% sure we're going to need the stackable crucibles, but like, they certainly can't hurt. Oh, bronze rivets are a good. Shoot, okay. Impure copper powder goes right into a crucible to make bronze ingots. Interesting. Okay. And we get that from, yeah, from copper powder to impure copper powder. So we can always turn the impure copper powder back into regular copper powder, but I don't see a way to go the other way. Which means bronze is always going to be limited by us needing to have a use for the regular copper. Which, like, is fine. I don't think that's going to be a problem for us to try to always have a use for regular copper, but... Hey, look at this. We're actually buffering money on this belt now. Now that we're no longer trying to fill up an entire long belt full of rotten logs. Cool. Do I have money in my inventory? I do. Whoops, that's glass. This. Okay, back to work up here, thinking about salt. So each of these needs 40 a minute. And so that's 6 grinders, or 3 big grinders for each of these guys. So if I want to do it with smaller ones, three, 6, 9, yeah. So we would have something like that for each set of 3 of these guys. But is that... Yeah, that's 120 per minute of quicklime powder, so that's fine. That all fits on one belt. So that's reasonable. Oh, whoops. Then do something like that. Okay. And then after that... three of these... there, and need a bunch more wood. Then we'd have to bring in charcoal powder as well to each of these. Figure out where that would need to come from. And how much of that we're going to need. And then this also spits out a bunch of sand. And the sand, I think, will feed the glass. Because this makes, what? 2/3 of a sand per second, effectively. So 40 sand a minute. And this needs 60 sand a minute. So that would mean we'd only have to make 20 sand a minute to feed the glass. The rest of it would come from salt processing. Wait, I could just crush salt? How did I miss that recipe? Why have I been staring at this whole time? That's way easier. At least if the sand ends up ratioed with, like, the bricks that we need to make and everything. Okay. Let's start over then. Jeez. It's the same as Coke. You choose cheap or easy. Fair. Yeah. Oh, salt is also a good. Does that mean people want me to sell salt? Cool. Oh yeah, I see my score going down. So there's definitely stuff that I'm not selling that the game wants me to sell. Bronze rivets, salt. Probably Saturns at this point. Oh yeah, rock salt is expensive. That's 9 silver. Okay. So maybe we do try to do it this way. I know I just deleted a bunch of stuff, but... bunch more wood, because I always need more wood. There. So then... bop. 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 So yeah, we'll have inputs for limestone. For the quicklime and for charcoal powder. So quicklime, we need, again, 40 times 9, 360 per minute. So that's 120 per minute on each sort of belt through here. Which is what? All right, it's exactly the same number of crucibles. It's 18 crucibles. And then crucibles, 1, 2, 3. All right, bunch more stone. But then the input to this would be shelves, right? And we'll have it coming in here. And then this just needs to be fed with however many stone crushers I need to get 40 a second limestone. And then we do this 3 more times, right? The other part then is going to be the charcoal pathways. And this is where I start to think maybe I do want to work on bronze first, because I could use the stackable crucibles and get a little more compact here. But I don't think I strictly need that. I think it'll work without it. Let me go grab a bunch more stone so I can like copy and paste the rest of those inputs, and then we'll see what we're looking at here. You feed here and here. Yeah. And then we just need to figure out charcoal. Which charcoal powder happens... Okay, that's 4 seconds, and each charcoal takes 4 seconds. So that's fine. We need 180 a minute in total. And each one is 1/4 per second, which is 15 a minute. So that's just 12. Okay, that's not bad at all. That's only 4 per. I really wish that this view just showed everything in per minute instead of showing me recipe times. But yeah, 4 seconds is 15 a minute, and each of these triplets needs 120, no, needs 60 per minute, so that's 4 machines. Yeah. So that's just like... something like this. And then obviously I need to get this routed over to an input. Whoops, I don't know what I just did there. Awesome. All right, I think that's right. You there. And then, yeah, this belt just needs a little bit of a zigzag up and over. To here, to here, to here. Cool. And then just do that 2 more times. Except that, you know what? Let's be a little smarter about this. Let's... Nope. We move this over a little bit. Put that there. That connects there. That's cleaner. Even cleaner, actually, would be... like that. All right, I like that. So then our inputs here, we're going to have some amount of salt, or not salt, some amount of stone and some amount of wood that feeds each of these. This has to be 60 a minute, and this has to be 120 a minute, if I recall correctly. So if I wander down and I check on what these actually produce, yeah, 30 a minute. So it's just 2 machines making planks, and then however many making stone for each lane. So it's a total of 6 machines making planks. And each of these guys is 20 a minute. So that's 6 of those for each one, which is a little bit more, but not terrible. Oh. This isn't going to work here, though, because... Yeah, let's get this duplicated so I kind of have an idea of what all of my lanes need to be. Not really where I wanted Get Unstuck to put me, but so be it. Ooh, new quests. No and no. They both want Saturns. All right. That looks fine, and then we're going to have one more of those. But the thing that I need to figure out here is our inputs. Maybe they are just coming in like this. But, like, I got to be able to squeeze in 6. 2, 3 here, and I think it goes here. Yes. Okay. And I did not, well, yeah, I can do it on this side and then copy and paste it in. Let me do that while I'm thinking about it. Which is just get heat into the whole setup here. And then try to get this in the right spot. Okay. We're getting closer here. Believe it or not. So now each of these guys needs, like I said, 6. And this is where we might just end up routing some belts in a fun way, because if I just kind of go here and I want to do six stone crushers. One, two, three. Oh, I need more gears. It's always something. Oh. More planks, too. There we go. And then we'll have output belts like there, there, and there. And then I gotta route each of those over to where they need to go here, which is perhaps easier said than done. Like that. There we go. That matches what I'm doing at that end. So the stone would be coming in like here. And what else? Here, 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 here. Hey, there we go. So that'll be the stone inputs. And then the wood input is what? Only 60. Well, I need to make more room for the wood inputs underneath here, so the stone probably needs to pull a little further sideways. Here, let's actually get the wood inputs hooked up first. And then I can think about how I want to route the... One, two. Actually, this one should go here. There we go. So these feed these 3 belts on the right, and the 3 belts on the left are all going to be fed from wood processors. And then I do still have to figure out how I'm getting, like, fuel into each of these setups. Which, ooh. Can we? Okay, this does connect just barely there. So yeah, we've got fuel coming here. And then we also will need to hook up fuel on the front here. I haven't even really thought about this end yet and how this is all going to work. Where is the shelf? There it is. So yeah, these are all going to have salt coming out of one of their ends. That's salt. And this is all going to be sand. The sand... the sand will get forwarded on to making glass. Let's redo this. So this is going to be where all of our buses come in. And then here, we're going to just start having inputs for... Here, dispatch portal into... table saws. First one. Wonder if I can manage to do this in a way that it, like, lines up nicely. Purchasing portals into table saws. Right, and then each of these feeds in there. And then 3 sets of those. And then each of these is going to need a lot more we're going to need a lot more inputs from stone, right? Because it's like 6. So each one of those needs like 2 rows like this. And that's where I'm trying to think if I could conceivably make this a little more compact. You know, with 2 tables side by side or something like that. But yeah, what I'm seeing here is... Well, actually, these would pair up with each other, right? So, like, we duplicate that, and then the next set shares another belt. Okay. So this works. We just need 1 extra table at the very end. Okay, that's fine. I need a bunch of purchasing portals, so let's see if we have money. And I think the answer is we don't. Uh-oh. Anyway, let me grab some money. I was noticing that this was disconnected. That was why I started messing with walls and supports. $15 silver should be enough for 10 more stones. Whoop, end of the day. And yes, we spent a ton of money. Any new quests that don't take... Oh, we should be able to do this. Oh no, that's salt. We're not quite there yet. So, yeah, if I take this and we're going to cut it. One, 2. I want to do this like one more time right here. And then at this end, I'll just need one more table. To feed in money on the very edge. There we go. And all of this needs to be fed money. That's not a big deal. And then the stone goes out. So this is a salt build, I think, if I did it right. Oh, it's an ad. Whoops. Usually I like to give a little bit of warning, but all right, I'm going to step away and get a little bit more water while the ad runs, and I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the ad break. All right, we are in the process of hooking up our first salt build here, which in theory is big enough for Saturn. I need to go get more wood. Yes. There we go. And you here. And this comes through to here. To here. To here, and to here. So that's the input to start feeding this thing money. The other thing that we need to feed this build is gonna be fuel, and a lot of it. Each of these is 8, 24, 30 heaters, which are, oops. All right, so that's already 30 heat a second, plus 9 Athenors, which is 32. Let me get my calculator. Plus what? 22 plus 66. Oof. So 582 heat a second. That basically means coke is the only thing to fuel this, or coke dust. I think we might just want to do coal straight to coke. Just go for 60 coke a minute, which is just three guys pulling out coal ore. We'll make, I think that's 20 a minute each. And then from there, we would have, I mean, some more crucibles and stuff, but yeah. So that's, one more table. That feeds right into what? 6 crucibles doing it, and then those right into a dozen grinders. All right. Oh, I'm out of stone. Whee! This build keeps getting bigger and bigger. But that's okay. Two of these guys feeding. So that's 6 crucibles. And then that needs to be feeding twice as many here. Let's slide those over, actually. And let's put shelf on the front. Here. Here. And right, 12 grinders is what I said, although I could also use 6 small ones or big ones. But I don't think we need to here. Nah, we have space here. Bop. Bop. Nope. That way. Three, there. When I say 3, that's because 3 is my shortcut key for where I have those short ramps. And I'm just thinking out loud as I go. Okay. So that should be enough. I think this makes enough coke dust to run itself and the other side. I just need to put a priority splitter in here so that it always fuels itself first. Which will come right around to here. And there, and there. Yeah, 26 more fuel. Yeah, 608 fuel a second, if I did my math correct. And this generates, since we're using ground coke, a little over like 700, I think. Yeah, 660 plus 66. So this is plenty of fuel. I think in theory, this is ready to turn on. And then we're going to see all the ways that I did it wrong. I'm really excited for that part. Let's see if I can get money routed up. I think probably somewhere around here. If I want to bring in like a elevator. Yeah, where do I have... Is this working, by the way? Yeah, that's all good on the fertilizer. I'm looking at where this wall is. I guess I want to go up this side. We'll do something like here. Now I just need to pull money down from where? Oh, I need a bunch more purchasing portals. Okay. Is our money starting to back up here yet? Not quite. It's trying, but it's not there yet. $33 coins is enough for 22 more purchasing portals. It's getting towards sunset, which means we're going to get interrupted soon. What was I doing? Oh, right. I was fixing some of these. All right, so if I middle click these, they do remember what they're set to, but you can't use the comma and period keys on them. So There we go. Money. Once this build is done, the other parts of Saturn should be significantly simpler for us, by the way. The glass and the bricks are not significantly different from the builds that we already have. So getting them started shouldn't be too much of an issue. Wait a second. I already found a mistake. These need to have grind. Oh, no. Did I put grinders in for the charcoal? I didn't. Okay. That's fine. Because I need what? I only need 4 grinders? Okay. Here. Let's do something like this. Done. That should do the trick. Besides needing to correct... Oh, right. None of these are set. Do you here? You're gonna get limestone, and then again. Now we can middle click it everywhere. And all of this is going to start buffering because until we bootstrap the coal, it's not actually going to run. So let's get coke powder started bootstrapping. Awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. It's going to take a minute. Only half of these are running initially. Whoops, end of the day. Because I only put fuel in one of the systems. So we got to wait for the... Oh dear, and I got the priorities backwards. So that's bad. Oh, it's a filter splitter. I put the wrong thing in. There we go. Now this should be able to fully turn itself on. $6.7 a minute times, put 18 machines. No. Times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 18 times 6.7 is 120 a minute. Each of these takes 40. So yeah, 3 of them is 120. That is correct. So this should have, eventually coming out of it, salt and sand. And the sand is going to start backing up pretty quickly. It's also going to take a little while for the coke to really start going down that way. So I think what we can do now is figure out how much sand this is making, and then how much more sand we need to get the glass for the Saturn. And then brick after that. But brick is pretty straightforward. Like, I think I determined that our existing brick build is the right size. So I'll double check that math. But if that is the case, it's not a big deal to, just duplicate the existing, build. Oh, I'm holding on to a bunch of money. Let's throw that back into the system. Yeah, we're going to have like a whole floor of our factory dedicated just to making Saturn. Which, to be clear, is fine. Yeah, these are just starting to turn on. It's going to take a little while for us to get enough coke dust all the way down here for this system to actually work. But cool. So each of these makes what? A 2/3 chance of 40 per minute. Okay. We've got 9 machines. So that's 120, 240, 360 times 2/3, which is like 240 in total. Okay, so this isn't going to work like this. These outputs have to come in triples. There we go. There we go. There we go. And there we... How are these tables lined up? Here and here. Although the sand goes right into glass, doesn't it? Yeah. 1 sand a second goes into glass. And each of these is, again, 2/3 times 120 is 80 sand a minute. All right. So what is that in terms of furnaces? How much does one glass thingy consume? How much sand a minute do you use? 10 a minute. Okay. No, that can't be right. 60 a minute. There we go. So yeah, each of these, we're going to have to do some priority splitter shenanigans again, which, big surprise. Bop, bop, bop. Priority splitters. 1, 2. Oh, is the 2/3 chance already accounted for in 40 a minute? Yes, you're right. Okay. In that case, I don't need any weird splitters. Because each of these feeds 2 machines making glass just straight. Good catch. Thank you. And with all of this here, we might have to turn on more coal dust. We might not quite have enough going on here. I might have to double up what I'm doing. Which wouldn't be too hard to do, actually. I can double that up pretty easily. But this is all going to be not enough. Oh, I got to set the recipes on these. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. So that's 1 per second. And we need... $600. We need 2 per second. So this is half of it. Wait. I got this backwards. I was thinking this needed 1/2 of everything per second. This needs 2 of everything per second. I need 4 times as much salt as this. What? Because this is 3.3 a minute times 9, so this is 30 a minute. So in 300 seconds, which is 5 minutes, this is only 150. What? All right. Well, in that case, I guess we'll scale everything to 150 and we'll run the Saturns at quarter speed. 'Cause, like, geez. Right? Yeah. 600 divided by 5 would be 120 a minute. And I'm making 30 a minute. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So that is, what, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 a minute. So I need to be able to make 90 a minute more glass and 150 a minute bricks. Neither of which I think is particularly expensive, but 90 a minute glass is 9 more kilns, which does feel expensive, but maybe we can use blast furnaces and at least make the fuel a little bit cheaper. Yeah, the problem is these are in pairs, and I need an odd number. Right, I need enough glass bricks to match the salt, which is a total of... What did I say I'm doing? Oh, 30 a minute. Right, sorry, I was multiplying by 5. I need 150 in 5 minutes, which is 30 a minute. And we're making... So we're making plenty of glass. We're actually making too much glass. We have twice as much glass as we need. Which is cool. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with that. besides just dump it in the garbage. Oh, we can maybe... No. The answer is no. We can't just dump glass into the purchase contract. Although I should think about maybe setting this up for bandages. A big bulk bandage build. All right, so dispatch portal's not useful here. 60 a minute. And each of these is 40 a minute? Yeah. All right. So, cool. I am going to have to figure out excess glass. Advanced crafting shaper. There we go. And then we are going to have to fork off this glass and figure out what to do with the excess later. For now, brick. Oh, you know what? We don't have to turn it all into glass, do we? That's the answer. Is... some of this is just going to get turned into bricks instead of glass. I like that plan. Although that does actually still mean kilns here. Just making bricks instead. Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to think how I can get rid of all this extra sand, and I have an answer to that. So yeah, we're making clay, and each clay needs 4 sand. Okay. I think that means we want 30 clay a minute. What does that mean? We need 120 sand a minute. Yeah, okay. So that's only 3 of these. So I've still got an extra like 60 sand a minute that I need to get rid of. Put you here and... oh, I need more gears. Small gears, small gears. That's probably not quite actually right. Okay. How do I want to do this? Route these in here. Yeah, that works. Although we're kind of in the same place again on this end now, where I can't quite route things where I want them. What if we put these facing like here? Like here. There we go. Now I just need to bring in the charcoal on this side, and that's not so bad. In through here. And clay. And then, yeah, this one, which is only running to one of these, I am going to have to do a priority splitter on and just dump part of the sand, I think. Because I don't know what else to do with it. If I have done my math right, I only need 30 glass a minute, 30 brick, which is only 120 sand. And yep, yeah, we just have 60 extra sand a minute. Can I do anything useful with 60 sand a minute? Like refined sand? Perhaps if you keep refining it, it might change, it says. But apparently I don't actually have that recipe unlocked because I can't click on it. All right, so the other thing this now needs is 60 charcoal a minute. That's, I think, easy enough to set up. Each of these makes, what, 30 a minute? So 2 of these feeding a couple more furnaces. Not a big deal to get 60 charcoal a minute. What I do want to do here is get more gears. Just because I know I'm going to run out of fuel. I want to get the fuel upgrade done while I'm thinking about it. And we do need now twice as many grinders, which I don't really have the space for here. So I might end up having to do something funky with that. But I think that's easy. Well, easy-ish. More wood. And that should work. That should do what I want. So yeah, that's double the coke powder. Because I think we are going to need more, especially once I start getting bricks running. So I think all I have to do now is get charcoal dust set up. Actually, no. Let's just grab, oh, come on. The hitboxes are really something sometimes in this game. And I know I say that a lot, but it remains true. There we go. That's what I want. And I need more stone. So for one charcoal a second, we need just 2 machines making logs. All right. Purchasing portals. 1, 2, except not there. Into table saws. And then this comes out. And we need to crunch it down. What's the time for charcoal powder? 4 seconds. So just 4 grinders. see. That looks mostly right. Besides these belts not quite doing what I wanted them to do. Cool. Oh, except I did not really make it easy for myself to get fuel in here, did I? Let's just reposition this here. That way I can run fuel on this side. And money comes in here. So once these start turning on, that should be it. Yeah, we just need to split the sand and dump the excess in a bucket. Because I don't really know what else to do with it right now. And for now, it's all going to go into the bucket just because there's a lot of excess, but it'll run 50-50 when we're actually in operation. I don't have to use a priority splitter here because it's exactly 50% that goes into there. Oh. It helps to have end of the day again. We probably spend a bunch of money buying resources once more because everything's still kind of buffering. But yeah, these aren't running consistently yet. And they're not running consistently because salt is backed up, so they're not getting enough sand. Interesting. Maybe I just have to let this run enough to clear some of this salt buffer. Or hook up some of the extra salt over to here. Or not extra salt, extra sand. Why don't you have... Oh. Because that belt wasn't hooked up right. Okay. All right. Now this should all operate correctly. Sweet. And then, yeah, this isn't going to run continuously because it's only running at like 1/4 speed. But I think we're good. I think we did it. Oh no, that doesn't go over. This goes under, Brandon. And that goes forward. And this is... Saturn. Cool. So I have to get that routed out to where we can sell those. Because they're worth a lot of money. So we definitely want to be selling them. Okay. It is... ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run, and when we come back, well, we got to get the output of Saturn figured out, and then we'll decide whatever our next goal is. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. We're back. Thanks for hanging around, waiting, everybody. So, in theory, Saturn is done. I haven't actually made one yet, and they're only running at like quarter speed or something like that. But it is done, and they are available. So let's get this routed out. Oop, I'm gonna need a bunch more wood, and I need to figure out where I want them to go down here. Which is really gonna be like right here. So let me grab the wood. We can I'm just gonna get rid of that. It never fires anyway, so awesome. Let's see, way up here, I want wall, and I think that's the right spot. Was not the right spot. There we go. We're not making a lot of them. They're not happening fast, but they are happening. All right. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot else I can do with this other than wait. So I'm happy for now. We've got, we got a couple of Jupiters here. Maybe I should set up a, where's the thing? Okay. And what? Each of these will give me upgrade points as it goes through them, right? That's the way this is supposed to work. I got new skill points. Yes. And then they just take exponentially longer and longer and longer afterwards. Cool. I don't necessarily know what I want to do with more points right now. I mean, I guess sales ability, right? is worth it. I mean, I could go all the way up. Shop profit plus 4% or whatever. Or plus 3, plus 3, plus 4, so plus 10%. People are going to buy a lot more if I do this, though. But I'm keeping up with pretty much everything we sell. So this should just, like, net me a bunch of money. We'll find out if that was a terrible idea pretty quickly. I can always reset points if I have to. 400 small wooden gears. I can do that. The other requests, not so much. Not until I get bronze. Yeah, this wants bronze, and this wants bronze, so I can't do either of these. Okay. Ooh, that's also a question. Is this going to be able to keep up with how much sand it's actually going to produce a day with just one trash can? I didn't even really think about that as an issue. We'll find out. I should figure out something to do with that sand that's more productive anyway. So if the trash can doesn't have the bandwidth, I think that's my sign to try to be smarter about it. How are we doing here? Yeah, coins are not really backing up here yet. But there's a lot of resources that have been just dumped into this whole system. And it's going to have to... we're going to have to sell a Saturn or two before it pays for itself, I think. Fortunately, they do sell for a lot. But, like, one Saturn pays for one of those lots. Well, minus its input costs, but... All right, what kind of random stuff is in my inventory here? I think that's everything that's just kind of random garbage. Yeah. I just want to watch the salt build. Because this doesn't really seem like it's running totally consistently. But maybe that's just, because we weren't quite running this totally consistently initially. Yeah, 2/3 times 18. Or 2/3 times 10 times 18. 6 2/3 times 18 is 120. And that is what this consumes. So, like, all the ratios seem like they're right. But things don't really look like they're running continuously. I guess they are. Like, these are all coming out as quickly as they get, as they get made. All right. And then, yeah, these are all running smoothly at 120 items, right? Just pushing out. And then, yeah, the coke dust is backing up because this is a much bigger build for coke dust than we actually need. But that's fine. All right. Yeah, I think it's good. I think the Saturn build is good. It's ridiculously large, but it's correct. At least so far as it goes. Yeah, I guess the next thing to start thinking about is bronze, because we've got bronze rivets that it wants. And I guess we already... Yeah, that's right. Salt is potentially a sellable thing as well. We're making... I mean, we're making heaps of it for the Saturn, but like... we could be pushing... Jeez, the problem is that this build is huge for how much salt it makes. I don't really know how to make it more... Well, I guess I could just grind salt, right? We can use the much more expensive salt recipe. Just so it's in the store. And call it a day. That is absolutely an option. Right? Because just getting, like... one of those, one of these... Oops. Like, trying to keep the profit margin up on the... trying to keep the profit margin up on the Saturn is one thing, but just to have salt so that it is stocked, I see no reason not to just... Oh, that's right. You can't do that from this view. I see no reason not to just hook it up here and do this the old-fashioned way. Which also still makes a bunch of sand. But... And a filter splitter. And we're going to filter out the sand. Sand. There. Into a trash can for now. Until I figure out what to do with it. And then the salt itself comes out this way. Nope. Here. And here. And yeah, this just has to be enough salt to keep the potential customers happy. Power of Saturn. We have produced a Saturn. All right. I should be able to do this bulk order. Let's see. Glass. Turquoise. Vitality potions. And yeast powder will be up the next floor. Is yeast powder a thing that I should be selling? No, it's not a good. It shows up in bulk orders, but it's not a good. That's right. I talked about this earlier in the stream. Yeah, it's going to take a moment for this to get enough money in. All right, there we go. That should be enough now. These last few coins, we'll get each of these up to 9, and we should start actually exporting salt. At 20 a minute. Yep, there it goes. Cool. And this is not the cheap way to do this. The cheap way to do it is the giant build that I did upstairs. But it is the easy way. And it just makes, again, salt available so we can make a little bit of money on it. Although, yeah, each salt sells for 100. And there's 100 salt in one rock salt. So that's 10,000. And the buying price is 9. So it does pay for itself when I do this, but it basically just pays for itself. All I'm doing is having it stocked to keep customers happy. It's not really making me any money. I'm making, 11% or something. Which isn't terrible, I suppose. Oh, we must have sold a relic. This is dumping a lot of money into the Yeah, either we got a Jupiter here or we sold our first Saturn. Excellent. So I think bronze and bronze bolts are going to have to be the next thing we work on. I don't know if we are going to need, like, for the next potion. It's made in an advanced blender. Yeah, which needs copper. We need copper bearings for the advanced blender. So we do have to do copper. We do have to do bronze. Another relic. Doable, but not easy. 2-a-minute nails, 2-a-minute bronze rivets. One a minute steel gears and 1-a-minute copper bearings. What does my steel gear build look like? How many steel gears am I actually making per minute just on this build? 3.8 a minute? Oh, 1/16. Okay, so I'm making 15 a minute right now, so a quarter of what we would need for that. If I wanted to try to do Mars with my current sort of setup. All right. So, yeah, I have to start working on copper. That's the unfortunate truth, which is iron sand and soap powder into copper powder and impure copper powder. There's no other way to make copper powder. No. Well, that's not entirely true. There's this recipe. But that seems silly. 1 ingot to 300 coins. Have to do the math on what the cost of each ingot is. If it's actually worth it to start minting my own money. Perhaps not at our current level. Where are we still not backed up on currency? This elevator. Okay. I'm curious where this is going to lead me. Up another elevator. Oh, to here. Yeah. So it is just the new stuff. Everything else might actually be, fully buffered on coins? Yeah, and this is buffered here. So it's just a matter of each of these side paths. Oh, and this is starting to come around the belt. So yeah, we still have a lot of belt area that needs to get coins on it, but cool. We are mostly backed up now, and the stuff that wasn't backed up the other day is slowly but surely starting to. All of this is fully buffered on coins. A little bit to buffer here, as these still pull through their logs. We need to keep running this line down. But yeah, salt is available. So let's grab... Oh, I don't have any money on me. I was going to say, let's grab the... copper bearing tech, which are also a good unto themselves. Well, there we go. And malachite makes... The failure from making malachite is what makes the crude shards. Got it. Or from fully refined sand. Which can be slowly refined up to diamonds and sold. Maybe that's what I should be doing with my spare sand then. Instead of voiding it, do I start trying to turn it into diamonds? What are we doing here? Can I squeeze this in? Probably not. Not easily. But yeah, refiner. Maybe here I do just void it, and I do the refiner up top where I have a little more room to work. Because that system is also running continuously, whereas the one down below only runs when people buy a little bit of salt. So, like, this is the output that's really wasteful. There we go. And can I fit a table right here? Almost. Yeah. So refined sand. Just makes more refined sand? Probably I need to be doing like a filter and a loop on the refined sand instead of feeding it all the way down. Like here. Let's get a filter splitter. We're going to filter out the refined sand. If I can find it. Can I not filter for refined sand because it's a weird thing? Because of how this, like, loop works? Whoops. Or can I just not find it because I'm blind? Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can actually filter for refined sand. Presumably, again, because... One, two... Let's see how many of these I can run in a row. Oop, end of the day. Profits 323 silver, expenses 90 silver. All right, I'll take that. Oh yeah, refined sand doesn't stack. Weird. Or it does stack, but they're different. Yeah. They're different tiers of refined, which is exactly what I thought might be happening. But that pulls 40 a minute, and it needs to be pulling like 60 a minute. So let's do that. I'm not worried too much about this, because this is just me testing. I hope I got the mute button on time there. Yeah, the fact that you kind of have to deal with each tier of this on its own. And I have no idea how long this goes on for. Like, how many more tiers of refiner do I need? Hey, there we go. Our first crude shard. So that's how many you need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then each of those needs to be upgraded to through the various tiers of shard. So yeah, broken shard. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 after broken shards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that outputs diamonds. But this is obviously not how I would want to actually run this if I wanted to make diamonds in bulk. But as a very occasional little bit of effectively free passive extra income from pardon me, from the spare sand in this system, I'm totally happy with that. But it's going to take a long time, obviously, to get through. I think it's like 8,000 sand just to get down to 1 diamond. So that's cool. But well, actually it would be here. So I would want to maybe tweak this so we can get to the other input there. But we can feed in if I wanted to make, was it malachites I saw that make them as a byproduct? Yeah. Not that I could do malachites until I have copper going, but feed in the crude. All right, well, this is stupid, but it is, again, just every once in a while, I will get 100 silver out of it. Because I can sell a diamond. But with this only getting 60 a second, and it needs 2 to the 13. That's 136 sec. Oh, that's not bad. Sorry, no, it's 60 a minute, not 60 a second. So every 2.5 hours, we'll get a diamond out of this. Woo. Ugh, I'm continuing to stall because I don't want to work on copper. Can you tell, chat? Oh, it is very satisfying, though, when you get enough of them that are all on deck that it like flips over and they all start spinning one after another. There it goes. That one's going. I don't know if this one's ready to go or not. Oh, it wasn't ready. All right. That one goes. I think this one's going to go. I think this one's going to go. No? Oh, I was off. All right. There we go. Now this one's going to go. This one's going to go. This one's going to go. Yeah. And this one's not. Oh, that one is going to go. Ooh, we're a step further ahead than I thought we were. All right. So yeah, that's the shattered crystal at that stage. So then it goes to crude crystal, polished crystal, adamant, diamond. Crude crystal, polished crystal, adamant. Oh, there's one more of these that I apparently missed. Diamond. There we go. I will have to check on that in a couple of hours, though, and see when we've got our first diamond to sell. This system is doing fine. How are we doing over here on money? Yeah, still not backed up, which shouldn't surprise me at all. Should be backed up further along this belt now, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. We are, like I said, I think this is the last stretch of belt that needs to fill up with cash before we actually start, like, having money available again. And I guess something that I could do to help with that process is, if I so desired, I could grab the top tier loan here, but I don't really need to. We're just waiting for belts to fill up with silver coins, so. Let's try to figure out at least, like, bare minimum copper production. Because I keep saying I need to do that, and I do need to do it. So, we need iron sand and soap powder. Soap powder is just from soap, which is plant ash and linseed oil. All right, let's grab a copy of... I made a soap build over here, right? Yeah, and even down into soap powder, although I don't need that as much. This. That looks like it's all the soap build. I hope that's all the soap build. Need a little more wood. If it's not quite the whole thing, we can mess with it. Not a big deal. Oh, even more wood. Jeez. Oh, my inventory. My poor inventory. Oh, and I don't have clay. Clay. Now, what? I don't need this part. That's from something else. All right, so this will take in fuel. I need a couple of sage seeds. And otherwise, this does indeed spit out soap. Cool. Let's change where we're doing... Let's just come over here, only because I know I need fuel. And, like, this will be easier if I can just hook up a fuel belt. Like that. I need a couple of sage seeds that I don't have on me. So let's go buy a couple of sage seeds. And the other thing I need is fertilizer, which can come right up here. Oop. Sage. Here. And then... each of these makes 20, so that's 60 a minute soap. Cool. 1 a second is fine. We have to grind it. Figure that out. The other thing then that goes into copper is an equal amount of iron sand. All right. So if this is 60 a minute, then I need to do 60 a minute iron sand, which shouldn't be too difficult to do. How many iron ingots does one iron smelter do? 10? All right. Oop, end of the day again. All right. We made really good money. Look at that. 200 silver. So yeah, getting iron hooked up is, I think, also going to be fairly straightforward. If we grab our, where are they? Heat sources. Yeah, blast furnaces. The problem is the way these are set up is like you want to do like this, but then I guess that's the module, and then you can tile those. But a blast furnace runs at what? What's the heat for a blast furnace? 4 a second? Okay. So it's basically not worth it for the iron smelters, is what I'm seeing, because of just how much it's really only worth it for smaller devices or maybe things that can stack. Otherwise, it runs actually exactly the same amount of heat. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. And I need more nails. So I think I'm gonna move this so it's someplace a little less obnoxious. Like, can we squeeze it in? Oh, we can't quite squeeze it in there. We can do it like here, though. This way. There. And a shelf. That's the output. And then the input here. There we go. I'll have to get money up there. That's not a big deal. Hook up that coke line. And then we need to grind the iron down into iron powder. We need to grind the soap down into soap powder. And that will pretty much do it. Oh, except that the pipes didn't copy and paste because pipes are super buggy. That's not what I wanted to do. Try one more time. There it goes. I don't know if this one actually connected. Despite looking visually connected. Well, it's ad break o'clock again. I'm going to mess around with these pipes a little bit. Hopefully I can get them working. Oh, that's not connected there. And then, oh, the other one didn't bridge across. Of course. There we go. Now they should all turn on. Yeah, now they're all running. Cool. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the process of getting copper going, at least a trickle of it. So we've got soap here at 1 a minute, and this will be iron at 1 a minute. Both of those need to be now turned into their ground forms. Which we will see here. Yep, 10 a minute. So just 6 of these is fine. As far as the iron side, I'm not sure. We'll have to see what that looks like. As these come out. 2 a minute. So if I want 60 a minute, do something like this, which looks a little silly, but it should get the job done. I need more wood. I have no idea how I'm getting this up to the higher levels, though. I didn't really think that through. And, yeah, from here, I'm not sure what I'm doing. How I want to get this up one more. I guess, actually, I always forget that I can use these, like, in small builds, and not just to get things around where I want them at the end of builds. So there we go. That should be 60 a minute ground, plus 60 a minute soap powder. Boom. That comes through here. Into here. Now, those get combined in what? How do I do this? I keep hitting Z instead of V. Athanor. 6 Athanors. All right. I wonder if I can squeeze those comfortably onto... It's probably not worth it. Like, can I figure out how to use a blast furnace effectively here? It's really hard to use the blast furnace effectively, is something that I am learning. Like, yes, we can put all 6 of these here. But I don't know if I can do that, like, meaningfully. And that's still just equivalent to having 4 of these as far as, like, as far as the total number of Athanors that I can run. Too low. Zoop. And zoop. There we go. Now the Athenors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we need a shelf on both sides, basically. Now, here, one of our inputs, which I guess will be the soap. And then since I don't have the space for full ramps, we're gonna have to do that. Beautiful and beautiful. So these are going to make copper powder. And the output of one of them goes like that and like that. All right, so we've got the copper powder and the impure copper powder. Whoops, which I did not mean to pick up. And those are what, 50-50? Yeah. So we've got half of each of those per minute. 30 of each of those per minute. The impure copper powder, I think I want to turn into bronze and then into bronze rivets. So that's just half a dozen crucibles, maybe? And then the pure powder will turn into copper ingots and other things. And then we're going to have to figure out some better handling of some routing of parts of this, because we're not going to have... at some point, stuff will back up, and then we're not going to have the materials we need for the other path. So, like, we got to figure that out. But we do have each of our two halves now of the impure and the regular copper powder. Yeah. We're doing good here. My inventory's a mess, but that's just a forever problem. Let me see if I can ditch one of these logs yet. I cannot. Soon, though. The other thing I should check while I'm stepped away, yeah. What do we have for random quests? That one wants copper bearings. This one wants bearings and rivets. So we're not doing either of those. At least not right away. So I think then impure copper powder to bronze and copper powder to copper are each gonna be in 6 what's it called? Which is only 4 of these, sorry. And then those hook up to the crucibles. And we'll come out the other side. There. There. Why are we getting... All right. Yeah, I guess it's all running. It's just running slowly. This needs fuel. Let me see if I can figure out how to hook up a belt here. Here. Oh no. Here. And then we just got the achievement for making a copper ingot. Apparently there is not a separate achievement for making a bronze ingot, but that's okay. Now what? Now I need another table. And we want to start turning some of the bronze into rivets. Each of these do 15 a minute. Okay, so it's 4 processors. And then again down here. One, 2, 3, 4. A minute. All right, so we need a couple more of these. That's fine. Here and here. So that gives us 4 of these and 6 of these. Oh wait, no, that's not right. There we go. Because they are, of course, only half. Those are the wrong things. There we go. Now we have what we need here. And I just need a couple of storage boxes. How far up have we gotten on this, by the way? Up to the shattered crystal still. All right. What's going on with my 2 a minute times 15? Oh, it's only 30 a minute. I'm an idiot. Yeah, this is only running at half speed. Okay. There's your problem. We can fix that, though. In the most profoundly stupid of ways, even. Let's add another... Well, actually, let's... All right. Now the question is, can I get all of these out effectively? Because I don't have... don't have space on the left the way I have space on the right to do the same, like, switchback elevator thing. I guess I kind of do. All right. That should work. It's a little silly, but it'll get the job done. Now we should be getting enough iron ore out, or powdered iron rather, to actually run everything. And then down here, we just have to feed our, feed a couple of catapults with rivets and copper, hooji-doojis. And that's gonna mean... Oh, I need more, well... Need more wood. Is what it means. Here, let's also clean up our inventory a little bit while we're waiting. Because we got some random crap in here. That is not super useful. Yeah, I think that's fine for now. Ooh! Ooh, ooh, ooh! Our money belt is actually pretty much backed up, which means we're gonna start finally earning money soon. I don't actually know where... Oh, and I have no nails. Ugh! I'm always out of everything. I should also look at what I need for the next upgrade to my inventory. So I probably have it at this point. Yeah, I just need a bunch of blue potions. I can do that. Inventory level 5, bronze rivets, and a couple of pocket watches. Okay. Potion belt level 2, though. Not happening yet, but we're actually finally really close to backing up on bandages, so maybe soon. Does that match what I'm doing down below? I'm trying to figure out where I need to put... Yeah, so they start right at the middle of the... Okay. So these go here. Whoop. Here and here. That's what I wanted. Connect that here. I'm just shuffling some belts around a little bit so that it's a little bit easier for me to route. the output of our, darn it, the output of our copper products. I do like the wall of grinders that I made. It's thinking a little bit more how to build three-dimensionally, right? I'm still not good at building three-dimensionally, but here, here, here. Cool. Cool. We've got bearings and rivets for sale now. It's going to take a while for those to buffer, so I don't have to worry too much about the overflow from them yet, and like what it's going to look like for the woohoo, we have money. What it's gonna look like up here, because like the impure copper, we can definitely like process further if we need to. We can put a splitter here and reprocess that into normal copper. But if the normal copper backs up, I don't know what to do other than to avoid it right now, and that stinks. So we'll have to think about that. If there's anything we can do other than a trash can if the copper starts to back up. But the impure copper is fine. I think because the rivets are made at like 3-to-1 and the bearings are 2-to-1, we will probably back up on rivets more quickly, and then that's fine. But that's not a guarantee. Wait. Why do I have 6 of these? Did I, for some reason, think that each of these was 10 a minute? No wonder none of this actually runs. Now, the problem is if I get rid of this, we're going to lose all of our... Yeah. Okay. So that's why those weren't running, because I was an idiot. And I have a bunch of extra iron and copper, or iron, sand, and soap powder in my inventory, but I'm just going to dump that. It's not worth my time when everything in the game is infinite. Obviously, I don't want to dump too much stuff, because then, like, it is actually costing me money, but that was at most a few hundred copper worth of inputs. All right. So I think that's everything that they would want me to have right now. As far as goods, like, taken care of. Except for diamonds, because we're only pushing through, you know, one diamond every 2 hours as the byproduct of sand here, right? And, you know, however far down the chain that's gotten. Polished crystal is what we've gotten to, which will turn into the adamant and then into a diamond. Yeah. And then I'll need to figure out how to actually route the output from here to wherever I want that to go. But I'm also going to have, when we look at the malachite recipe, yeah, this spits out a bunch of these crude shards as well. So we can push those through the refiner to get more diamonds. So the malachite build will actually be a malachite and diamond build when all is sort of said and done. But yeah, we're starting to back up on silver. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to grab some silver. Oh, I was sitting on a bunch already. Let's research malachite. We're going to need that soon. I think the reinforced platforms are going to be nice for builds. I've seen some screenshots that people have posted with what they're using those for. But once we get the advanced blender, I think we can look at the growth potion, which is what, soap and I'm not sure what that dark brown powder is. Is that this one? Clay powder? It might be clay powder. Let's just get everything researched here for the advanced blender and then the growth potion. I'm not sure if I'm going to try to do the growth potion today, but and then black powder, which is a good and a fuel. But this is good. Like we're in like making profit territory again. Everything's starting to saturate around the base, which is what we want to see. Oh, whoops. Oh, interesting. When you pick up the belt, it picks up the log that looks like it's sitting in the entrance. Now I understand how I ended up with a belt and with a log in my inventory. Good to know. Now I have another rotten log that I need to deal with. I will have to be more careful about that in the future. Now I have to wait for this table saw to open up a slot, and then I can get rid of that log from my inventory. Random quest-wise, what have we got? This one wants a Saturn. I could maybe do that. Potions, bearings. That one also wants a Saturn. This one wants 2 Saturns. Yeah, they're all expensive, but look at what that gives me. That's so much money. Five gold is an astounding amount of money to me right now. How's the Saturn build doing? Oh, we do have a Saturn almost done. All right. So maybe I do grab one of those quests. One that only needs 1 Saturn, obviously. This one needs 2, although it does have a higher markup. I think this is the easiest one. Oh, but it expires today. We're not going to get it done today, I don't think. So then this one. Bricks and a Saturn. All right. And also this one I should be able to do. Transformation potions are here. And the Saturn is up here. This is all stopped. Why? How? Because I screwed up that. Cool. I screwed that up a while ago. Oh! I'm an idiot. I was looking at the outputs of these. Yeah, 5 a minute, 5 a minute from 6. Okay. I just really did not get any of these ratios correct, is what I'm learning looking at what I built here. I don't know if I thought a bunch of stuff was 1-to-1. That's not actually 1-to-1. That must have been it. Like, did I build this based off of... Yeah. I built it based off of, I think, the outputs, not the inputs. All right, that'll be done shortly. Let's see what we can do about... getting our... the bearings and the rivets that we need here. Oop. So, earnings 66 silver, expenses 10 silver. Awesome. And that Saturn should be pretty much done. Yes, there it is. Perfect timing. So now we just need the rivets, which are slowly but surely making their way through here. Actually, the way to do this is to do that. And that way I can just collect them at belt speed. How's my inventory? All right, I do have space for the money. That's important. Sweet. 300 silver coins is nothing to sneeze at. We need 450 silver to be able to buy, I think, all 3 of these lots back here. Yeah, they're 150 each. And then obviously we'll need to figure out how to connect across. Because apparently you can build over the road. Maybe. It seems intentional, actually. Because I can only build on this half of the road right now. So I guess once this is open, I'll be able to build here as well. So we can connect all this over to this side somehow. All right. We are looking pretty good then, in general. Any new orders that we can actually do? No. We need to do malachite. Oh, I didn't actually do the, grab the tech for this yet. Oh, I think I'm going to call it here for today. This is good progress. Next week we'll keep, we've got the advanced blender researched, so I think we can look into the growth potion and trying to get that, get that done. That's going to need more salt because we need that for brine. And then, we'll have to see what else. I might just use the cheaper salt recipe. But we'll try to get the new... We've got growth potions and we've got malachite to do as like our next builds. So those will be what we tackle next week on Wednesday when I stream this again. Thanks very much to everyone who's tuned in. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I've been streaming this Wednesdays and Fridays, and I intend to keep doing that for a while. And Tuesdays and Thursdays are Factorio days, where I've been doing Pyanodons mods. So if you like really complicated automation stuff, that is the place to be. All right, that's the self-promotion bit. I'm all set here. Thanks again, everybody, and I will see you next time.